going to give a quick background as to how it works. I'm also having people joining me on IG Live. So I need to ensure we are also live there. The other phone is hanging, so I'm just going to take a quick this thing to restart the IG Live. Hey. Just give me a minute. Give me 1 minute, please. Okay, I think that's about it. There are 42 people in the room and we are going to go live. Yeah. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to today's live session. Good evening. I'm Dr. Aderinsola Adio Adepoju, and of course, I'm the founder of iTrain Africa and the Skill for Work Academy. If this is your first time of meeting me, welcome. And some of the people that I know or that I've coached or that I've mentored or that I've basically taught at any point in time would typically refer to me as Clarity King, or basically because of the ability that I think I've been blessed and I've been able to grow over the years to be able to easily help people find clarity around what they need to do. And yeah, that's the whole essence of these clarity sessions I hold. So I think the last 1 week, people have joined our program, which is a remote workers workshop, and they need clarity around certain things. So I am going to be, doing that for them today to ensure that they actually have clarity around certain things such as their career, their life. And yeah, that is why we are holding this session. So if you've never been in any of this session, let me quickly give you a breakdown on how this clarity sessions hold. So typically, this is not like it's a 1 hour session. I'm not going to exceed 1 hour till Friday night. I need to rest. I've had a very long week and all that. So if you have questions, I would advise you drop it really early because I want to try as much as possible to just stick to 1 hour. And if I have to exceed it at all, it shouldn't be for more than 30 minutes. So the title of today's clarity session is how to get is basically about getting clarity on high income global rules. And I'll try to give a quick background around that. The first thing you must know is if you're seeking clarity, what you give me determines what I give you. How do I mean? I can't give you to say, oh, I've been in this job, I'm just tired of this job. What do you advise I do? That is not, that would be me just thinking of my head and just telling you something. So for me to give you good advice, I always say I need to understand what your experience is, what's your background in maybe in the academic or certifications. Basically, I need to understand also what your interests are in all these things before I can then give you recommendations on how to probably then do a combination of your skills, your interests, your experience, and your academic background, and put it together to then find high-paying and high-in-demand global roles, especially if you want to probably attract these opportunities or you want to transition into those emerging career paths that can give you the kind of life you really desire. And why should I be the one teaching you again? Because we have people joining me on IG Live on point in this session. They've never met me before. I always do a quick, again, introduction of myself in that regard. If you've never met me, I'm one person who has had, even if I say so myself, the best of, various fields. I've been an academic. I have a PhD in chemistry. I've taught at the university. So I have experience regarding that. I've also been an entrepreneur for 15 years. So I understand quite a bit of things around entrepreneurship. I've built like 2-3 successful businesses. And beyond that, I've also worked internationally twice. The first time at Natural History Museum of London. I moved on from there to become the Global Program Coordinator at Museum for the United Nations, where I was covering 23 global locations and yeah, having about 30 people actually reporting to me from across the world. So I have done, and I did that job remotely. Beyond that, of also as a founder of an edtech, which is iTrain Africa, we have been able to reach over 12, or rather, not just reach, because in the actual sense of reach with our campaigns, we have reached 12 million people in the last 1 year. But in the actual sense of people who have gone to our programs at one point or the other in the last one, we have 12,005 plus people. And out of those numbers, as in, I see reviews every day about how people are getting roles, attracting them, applying for them, getting them in different ways or form. And it just gladdens my heart that I am simply a vision carrier who is delivering this, who is basically helping people, or Africans, not people really, Africans, both Africans and Africans and Africans and diaspora get these opportunities. So I feel like the knowledge we share, or I share, helps people's lives change. And that is why I keep doing what I do. Now that we have gotten all that introduction out of the way, let's get to the clarity session. So I have a couple of questions that people have sent me in the RMW4 community prior to this time. So I feel like I'm going to start with those questions first. I just hope the people that ask those questions are in this room and are ready to listen to me. Now, if you're on IG and you're wondering, how do I this? You could just type your own question or go to my Facebook page and use the Zoom link in the comment section, because I don't think the Zoom link is on IG, but it is on Facebook. Like, find me, Aderinsola Adekpoju. Go to that post, find the Zoom link that you can join us on Zoom. Now, and if you want to join, please join quickly, because I know capacity may max out per capacity. Now, I have told you how to ask me questions and the kind of question you should bring and my recommendations to you. So let's get right to it. So the first question is, hi, Dr. Aderinsola. A little about me, background in tourism. I have a background in tourism, travel, the hospitality from 20 years ago, but never worked professionally in that field. I noticed I have a passion for guiding newcomers, helping them adapt quickly, feel at home, and explore nature's beauty, the mountains, local life. I do this with love as a volunteer whenever the chances arise. Then teaching French. About 12 years ago, I discovered a strong natural gift from God for teaching French to English speakers, which I still practice till date. I have taught all levels of parents, adults, kids, private, and all that. I am very patient, and my gift helps students speak within months. They really enjoy social work projects. This person says, some years ago, I created myself and ran a social work project for 7 years, volunteering to help and empower children in various educational ways. I closed it for lack of adequate orientation. What I like creating visual materials. I love creating visual materials, colorful documentations, exploring nature. I also like writing children's this and that. Listening and guiding. I have a beautiful voice and good sense of intonation. My part-time teaching journey after 13 years of dedicating to teaching. No, I think that is another. Moina, I don't know, as in, I'm not seeing the names at the top of this thing. So I need to know if that is one single person or it is another person that I'm reading their question. What I like to do. Please, Moina, confirm that. The screenshot you sent to me.
Same person. Yes, the first two is from one person.
Okay, question. Okay, my part-time teaching journey. Okay, fantastic. Now the question is, I would like exploring other opportunities based on my background. Which other opportunities or remote job can I start to think about now for a brighter future? And apart from teaching, jobs around teaching, any other good specific remote job you think that I can do around teaching now? Training for career expansion. Which specific training should I focus on to expand my career opportunities? Now, the last instruction is remote work. For meantime, how can I transfer my French teaching fully to remote work online? To remote work, have only used Google Meet and WhatsApp to teach for, and I have a remote work and I have no remote work. Can I recommend a reliabilizer or platform page for work? Okay, that was a very long one. So I see you have quite a bit of here and there experience in doing this, but the moment I got to your French speaking, capabilities, I just knew that was what I was going to go with, because I'd not even read the remaining things about your hobbies. I knew that was what I was going to go with. First, French is a language that most people want to learn how to speak, right? Uh-oh. I think I mistakenly put off. Oh, I think IG Live is malfunctioning actually tonight. It's just going off and on. Oh, maybe let me just use my other phone and see if it works better. So now, French is a language that most people just speak naturally. And why do I, as in not naturally, they love to speak, and it is an internationally accepted language. So what it means is there are quite a number of people that want to learn it online. And if they want to learn it, it also means that there is market for it. So it is language that is in demand. Let's start from there. Number two, you also say you are blessed with the ability to teach this thing and you have patience in teaching it. So here will be my suggestion. If you have patience in teaching and you have taught from adults to kids and everything like that, I can tell you for free that you can be a tutor that ends online. You just need to have remote worker skills. I see quite a number of even online academies, even Nigerian online academies that are paying 500,000 for tutoring online children, like children from like K-12 and below. So it means that is even in Nigeria, as in Nigerian institutions. So now think about the non-Nigerian ones, what can actually happen. So one thing you must first understand is you have a gift in understanding how to teach, and then you have experience in teaching French, which is a language that is, internationally needed. So I tell you for free, please, your remote job that you should be looking at securing should be in French tutoring. Like it should be in French tutoring. You will have so many clients, so many clients that you would probably even go and build an agency to look for other people to help you out with it. But however, in addition to the remote work skills, you need to then learn how to package that experience and turn it into a brand. You need to turn it into a brand. That is what I see. Give me a minute, please. Income. Oh, people on IG want me to come back. Like the other phone has gone off. So I need to add this. Okay. Great. So let's go live. Great. So we are back live on Instagram. So as I was saying, you would need to build a brand around it. And for you to do that, you will need LinkedIn. The last part of your question, you're like, which platforms? I honestly feel like LinkedIn is enough for you. Like, don't go and start scouting for multiple platforms because your problem is not in the numbers. I will probably just share my screen right now and demonstrate what I'm saying to you when it comes to French tutoring and how much you can command. Like, it's just crazy because I go through LinkedIn, I see the kind of things that I demand a lot. So I can tell you for free that don't even bother yourself because it's your comfort zone. You may see it as it is not, it may be easy for you, but it is not easy for others. Do you understand me? It is not easy for others. So you may be thinking it's a natural thing that you have done, but it is not easy for others. So please, I always say operate, just like the other day, I taught on Saturday professionals for 5 hours. I was speaking for 5 hours. Like my husband would look at me and say, how can I teach for 5 hours? And I'm like, I've actually taught for 6 hours straight before. Do you understand? And I will still go the following day and go and teach something, right? I said, so it is a gift, as in it comes easily to me. So because something comes easily to you doesn't mean it comes easily to others. So please stay in your genius zone. That is my free advice to you. And use LinkedIn as a place to then showcase all the things you have done. So I don't know if you were in my RMW workshop, the person that asked this, but if you were, I would recommend you go for offer one, which combines GOP with workplace fundamentals, like WFS, because because you've never worked remotely and all you have ever used to teach is WhatsApp and Google Meet. Trust me, you cannot use that as in, like, if you want to be able to attract international clients that can pay you, you need to understand beyond just using this thing. You need to start using things like Google Classroom to access your students and basically all other online basic fundamentals. So you need WFS to achieve that first thing. Now, you also need, in order for you to even attract the clients and get people to come to you, look at an average professional who has a child that can afford you. They are most likely on LinkedIn. So your client's base is on LinkedIn. So please, you need to actually build a profile where the mothers and the fathers that want such things for their children can see you, and they can then contact you to, do this work for them. So that is where I'll ask you to go. My LinkedIn is taking a bit of time to load, but when it does load, I will share my screen with you to show you exactly what I'm talking about. Let me take the next question, please. Moina. Let me take as in some people dropped their questions already, so I need to take those people first before I take others. Great. Okay, the second person says, "Good day, Doc. My name is Oyediran Oshobi, and I was in attendance at your online masterclass last Saturday. I confess that you exceeded my expectation, and I'm looking forward to joining one of your training programs. My result from the personality test is Defender, that's ISFJT. I'm a graduate of computer science with over 15 years of work experience in Nigerian banking industry, specifically information systems analysis and information system operations coordination. Additionally, I have a little work experience in the oil and gas, and that's NYC and education sector, 3 years combined. My tasks were mostly data entry and simple data analysis. Furthermore, I manage information and communication technology operations for a manufacturing company with 5 locations across Nigeria for 2 years. My last formal employment was teaching computer studies in senior secondary school for 7 years. I have not been fully employed for the past 8 years, but I have done project management training, supervised building renovation project, managed a national, NAIN enrollment center, and currently coordinate the affairs of my old student association set. Kindly avail me one of your insights to help me gain clarity with respect to which program to register for. However, open it to transition if you advise. Yeah. So I see 2 things that you could actually, narrow down on. But because I am not certain, because you say your last experience or the last 7 years has been in teaching computer science. So technically what you are telling me is your 15 years of banking experience in information systems and analysis was before your 7 years. So I would have just said your information systems and this thing, but the challenge is a lot has changed in that sector since 7 years ago. Like, do you understand? Like, someone cannot say I'm an ICT person 7 years ago, and they will jump back into it. A lot has changed in the IT sector that you are going to struggle to get back into that sector. So even if you have naturally, I feel like your 15 years expertise is supposed to suffice because of that, but it can't, because if I have 15 years of experience in teaching chemistry, I will go there. Like right now, when people tell me like you're academia, you're bad, I said, do you realize that chemistry is chemistry? I can wake up in 10 years and say I'm going back to teach chemistry at university. Nothing do me. Do you understand? But IT is not like that. A lot changes. Like we recorded WFS last year and we are updating the program now. I'm re-recording it. Is it because the program is not great? No. It is because if I look at ChatGPT 1 year ago and ChatGPT now, which are the emerging things I'm teaching in terms of digital skills and everything, a lot has changed. So it means that I cannot actually say that information technology, which you have the greatest, which should have been your greatest joker, you should go to it. So now that's I cannot confidently advise you in that one. I look at your computer science, this thing. It is not also a great thing to say you want to do in the remote workspace. Then I look at you, say you did basic simple data analysis and all that stuff. So I'm forced to look at the last part of your work. I have not been fully employed for the past 8 years, but I have done project management training, supervised training, building renovation projects, manage a national identification, this thing. So all the things you have done towards the end around leadership and management, which closely ties to project management, right? Your most recent, I say currently coordinates the affairs of my old association. So your most recent experiences, however how scattered it is, they all tie back to projects or coordination. So I would say you probably need to then start to look at project management as a career, maybe in the construction sector or in the tech sector. There are people you call tech project managers. So I feel like your 15 years experience in that information systems and everything may not earn you a specialist experience in IT as information systems and everything, but it can help you be a project manager in that sector. So it is like you are taking your industry experience in the banking for information systems, holding it, and you are then trying to use it to become a project manager off the back all the project management and coordination you have been doing in your old girls association, old school association and everything like that. So you take the soft skill of now and combine it with the technical skill of before and use it to package yourself this thing. However, you need to solidify the project management skill and experience. Like when I say you need to solidify it, you need to earn it, like you need to earn a title in it. So you've been doing it in a non-formal way. You've supervised this thing, you've coordinated that, but I am not certain they gave you that title as a project manager or something like that. So if they did not, we need to find a way for you to have that title and then to have something, because again, you're even saying that you don't want project management course or something like that. So in terms of knowledge, most likely your project management knowledge already checks, right? You say I've done project management training and everything. So it means your project management checks. Your skill most likely, although, please let me ask, the project management training you did, is it project management that helps you to know how to do project management in a remote workspace? Because there are two different things. I have a sister who manages projects on site in construction, in building. She had to come to my academy last year to come and do the one that can help her do project management online. So let's be clear. And same thing with Israel Ola. Israel Ola had done project management on site. Do you understand? But he had to come to our academy to learn the kind of project management that can help him do project management remotely. And he was like, he went back to work and everybody was thinking he's a champion because now he's now introducing systems to manage projects in the way that they would typically do in a global space. No, I say you now be saying how many cements they pack cement on site. You don't have an automated system to monitor how cement is going and coming. That is not project management. That is you being a site manager. Do you understand? There are two different things. So I'm saying, are you a project manager that can actually do project management in the true sense of it, how this is done in the global space, this thing? So if that is not the kind that you can do, I would strongly advise you then need to learn both project management at the academy at Skilled for Work and WFS. But if you know that you have the capability to do project management in the remote work, like you've done, like you understand what it is to be a project manager in the remote work. Now, maybe I should explain. What does it mean to be a project manager that has the capabilities to do project management in a global or remote workspace? It means that, and it is not about tools, because I know the next thing I always say is it's just use Trello. It's not about Trello, because a software is only as good as the user of that software. So it is not about going to YouTube and say, let me learn about Trello or Notion or Airtable. It is about even you understanding what part of the work you need to use. What's it called? You need to use this thing for. You need to use equipment or softwares for, and understanding the part that requires, like, let me say, strategy. So something like if you were to be doing project management in an online space, for instance, and you're saying, oh, you're building project charter, you're doing this and all that, you would most likely do it in a conventional space. I wouldn't know, because I don't have experience in conventional project management, aside what my sister tells me. But I have experience in the global space on how a project is managed. Like I said, I was global program coordinator, and I was covering 23 global locations, about 30 on-site facilitators. So I have great experience around what I needed to deliver that job. But I cannot say, but from the experience, my staff would say, we went on site. I was calling that clinic, did they bring 50 bags of cement? I said, what are you people doing? I don't understand. As in, this is a crude way to actually, do this kind of stuff, as in, because why are you expending so much energy when you can actually use knowledge and systems to organize this work, which is what she then came to learn. So depending on what you do, in your construction now, you may need to back it up with under project management that is skills-based for the global space. And then WFS for the remote workspace, because that one is fundamental. That one is, WFS is everybody's business. It is non-negotiable. It is everybody's business. Everybody needs to have it. And why do I say that? Like, I had a meeting with my team today, who is my student success manager, Kinsley. And he was presenting a data to me. And that data, I've seen it before, but it's still shocking to me every time I see it. Out of the people that came on the last batch of WFS that were singing praises and saying, God will bless you, when we passed them out at the weekend, 34% of them, no, 31 point something percent of them are people that have about 15 years of work experience. 21 point something are people that have between 10 to 15 years. The same 21 point something have between 5 to 10 years. So at 21, like 22 plus 31. So it means that over 74% have above 5 years of work experience that have come onto WFS. And the name of the course is Workplace Fundamental Skills. What does that tell you? It simply goes to show that when people always think that it is entry-level people that need fundamental workplace skills, I always tell people that based on what I collect a lot of data, and I was in the 4th year of my PhD when I realized how like my level of how I did not know anything when it came to delivering work in the global space, or like in the proper, for today's world. I was in the 4th year of my PhD. I was a scholar. Do you understand? I went to University of Lagos. I did not go to university in the bush. Do you understand? So I've said, okay, baby, do you understand what I'm saying? So I was brilliant by all standards, and I was exposed. But I then realized that fundamental work skills I lacked. So when I tell people that if 74% of the people that are take WFS are people that have been working for at least 5 years, it goes to show you the gap in the skills level of those that have actually been working for a while. Because things have changed since COVID a lot, and the requirement of work is beyond your technical skills. So I advise you strongly, everybody that is here, I always say, if you know you are going to do work in entrepreneurship, 9 to 5, freelance or anything, if you don't do anything for yourself as a way of personal investment and growth, make sure you do that WFS for yourself. Because one of the things I keep hearing the most is always, I did not know it. I don't know how to explain it. If you know you don't know something, you go and chase it and get it. But more than half the people that come say, Doc, I've been using Google Workspace. So when I now got on WFS, I was like, so this is how I could have done this thing. And they're like, my eyes just opened. Like, I had no idea. And that's always the things about tools. When you have never used that aspect of that tool, you don't even know what is possible. So there might be a task you've been using years to do, like you'll be using hours to do it. But because you just have more right information, you just do it. You feel people like, what is happening here? So I always say, when you don't know what you don't know, that's it. Because that was my biggest, I always tell people this story all the time. My biggest thing that made me cry in the UK that year in 2018 was that I did not know what I did not know. So how do I go and start looking for it to learn? I'll just realize that I want to do this work, I cannot do it. So what do I learn? What do I ask Google? They will say, have you Googled it? And it's so embarrassing. Have you Googled it? I'll now Google. And I say, I want to do, let's say I want to do this thing on Excel or something like, I want to process my, like I will not ask question this way, ask question that way, ask question. I don't know. So one day, I will now stumble upon it. I will happy, really? So I kept stumbling on things as time passed, after I have hustled it. So when you don't know what you don't know, it is very hard to learn it. And I always tell people that I did the work for all of us by creating and innovating WFS for 3 years. That's my biggest gift to any African who does any form of work, whether as a beginner or an advanced person. So please, I like to say D because I feel like WFS is a ministry as far as I'm concerned, so that people can actually see what they don't even know. Now, let's take the questions in the comment section and on IG. I've finished taking the one on the one that Moina sent me prior to now. So let's take other questions. And if you want to use the raise hand button, you can use the raise hand button, please. You can use the raise hand button so that I can. Okay. Oh, I'm struggling to see this question. I may need to maximize. Let me please, better. Good evening, Doc. It's good to see you again after WFS program last year. I teach in public primary school. I have 7 years teaching experience, both in primary and secondary school. Which remote work do you think can best fit me? I wish you earned me on my salary. So, Ahmed, I remember you. You are the one from Oyo. Ahmed, if you are the same person, I remember you, and you are teaching in primary and secondary school, because I remember that it was. Ahmed, is that you? Please just confirm it is you, because I know you had come on one of our live sessions to talk about how you had gone for an interview and you got that job in Oyo State, yada, yada, yada. Ahmed, if that's you, please confirm that it's you. Because I know we had interviewed you at our Zoom this thing at one point. So now, let me go back. Yes, you are the one. Because I just said Ahmed, as in when you now say you had done the BFS last year, as in I just figured it would be you. So now, Ahmed, I don't know what you are currently teaching, like in that school, but whatever it is you are teaching, if it is something that, I'll give you an example. Tutoria is on LinkedIn. And from time to time, I see them advertise for teachers that understand how to use online teaching system. Work from anywhere. Online teaching system, and I've taught like in an international kind of, not international school, like international kind of setting, meaning that they've had course to be part of tutors who maybe, delivered a facilitation for a global audience. And their minimum or baseline is 500K. I know for free, because even me as a lecturer was not earning that amount. So I know for free that your state is not paying you that, based on all these corners or 8, 9, 10, yada, 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 that you do in the government. So I feel like you need to then use WFS to look for teaching, volunteering in a global setting. You see that thing I taught you in Module 6 of WFS, how to sell yourself, right? You need to, because I know then you are asking if you wanted to join GUB. I said, don't join GUB, because I think you are just gotten a job or something, if I remember correctly. And I was like, you cannot be positioning experience that you just had to gather, because your experience is pretty young and everything. So you need to go with the application route. I would strongly advise, now that you have spent 1 year in that position, right? I would strongly advise that you then take that experience, use it to say you want to volunteer in the global setting. Go on LinkedIn, search for volunteering opportunities, refer back to Module 1 of WFS. How I search for those jobs, refer back to Module 1, go back there, go and watch that module again. Search for internship opportunities in your teaching area that are remote and volunteer to teach. Because places like Tutoria will take you simply because you have that experience, and their pay is like 500K, and you will do it online. Do you understand? I'm even talking about Tutoria that is a Nigerian, body right now. So, but you need to bridge that gap between you teaching in a local space and getting into the global space. You need to bridge that gap by offering your volunteering this thing, and you have to go and do to LinkedIn to go and search for it. You have to go to LinkedIn to actually search for that experience. I have 7 years teaching experience, both in primary and secondary school. Yeah. Tutoria is focused on primary and secondary school children, so you stand the chance to actually listen. Please just look for your whatever it is you are teaching, and first try to teach. It would also mean that I'll advise for you to also go to LinkedIn Learning. LinkedIn Learning. And where is LinkedIn Learning? Let me show you what LinkedIn Learning looks like. And look for courses on what's it called? Early childhood teaching, K-12 teaching or something like that. Look for courses on K-12 and you'll be able to, explore one or two. Even if it's not LinkedIn Learning, go to Coursera, explore one or two courses on K-12 learning, how they teach, children in that age in the global space. Yeah, please explore it and you'll be glad you did. So look for courses in K-12. Yeah. So, of course, I think on that, I don't know whether it was on GOP or that course that I talked about that I actually talked about what are they calling it? LinkedIn Learning, but please just go to LinkedIn Learning and go and find, just click these 9 dots at the top right-hand corner. If you click that 9 dots, you would see LinkedIn Learning there, right? Just scroll down, go to LinkedIn Learning, explore. Some of their courses are free under LinkedIn Learning, and some are paid. Why I always choose LinkedIn Learning over some other Coursera is because you can automatically attach it to your LinkedIn, which is good for your visibility and all that stuff. So I could just search for courses on early childhood learning, right? I could just start something on early childhood learning. Let me search K-12 teaching. Can you see that become a teacher? This may be free, best match, learning how to increase learner engagement, teaching with technology, teaching techniques, teaching employees the basics of adult learning, supporting your kids learning at home, teaching with LinkedIn Learning, leadership, whatever. Just basically explore it and find the one teaching your kids about finance, enhanced teaching and learning with Microsoft Copilot, teaching civility in the workspace, here. So just basically look for becoming a teacher. So if you find all this kind of stuff, please just get on it and see what you can learn. If it doesn't really work, go on Coursera and go and find courses that has to do with K-12. That is how it is called, K-12. And find how to teach in that global setting. When you finish, then you find the internship. When you find the internship, now, when you are doing that internship, make sure you do all the LinkedIn paparazzi around how you are teaching it and all those stuff. And yeah, so that when it is time for you to then use it to apply for something, you would because your online history would have said you actually have experience in that. So that would be my advice to you, Ahmed. Good evening, Doc. My PR firm, no, I think there's one question before this. It's a good evening, Doc. I'm a contract and procurement specialist with over 10 years experience working with international entities in Kenya. Currently, I work remotely overseeing procurement in Global South and North. I'm in high-paying part-time roles. How can I go about this? High-paying part-time roles. So it means that you want to keep that job and, so typically, whenever people want to do this, I always say you need to look for something that has to do with working per hour and advisory. Let me just put it that way. Working per hour and advisory. Why do I say that? I've worked remotely and I keep reiterating that many people are not ready for remote work. You think remote work is just being able to earn and not do much work, whereas it is actually wrong. It is, I feel like part-time remote work or short-term remote work is actually very tasking because they will say, oh, they are paying you for 4 hours of work. But more often than not, if there's anybody that is here that's experienced it, they will tell you. If they tell you that, oh, you just only do 3 hours of work a day, as a Nigerian or an African, whatever it is they classify for you as 3 hours of work, it's probably 6 hours of work because it's supposed to be a lot of work in that 3 hours. So I just wanted to point that out first in terms of you referring to part-time roles and what time requirements or what energy it's going to demand from you. So please take note of that. Now, having said that, I would then strongly advise that given you are in Kenya, I think you are 2 hours ahead of Nigeria, which means you're like at least 7 hours ahead of the US time zone, I will strongly advise you then look for such opportunities in the US time zone in what you already have experiencing, in such a way that by the time Nigerian time now is when somebody in the US will start work, because when we are at 2 o'clock, they will be at 8 o'clock, they will start work. So it means technically when you are at 4 o'clock, they will start work at 8 o'clock. So first, find a job that would have, your day's job would have finished at 5 o'clock, then you can resume at 9 o'clock. Find a US time zone 9 o'clock job first. Secondly, you then need to say, in that US time zone 5, how many hours you want to work? Oh, you want to work for half the day. So instead of you want to work for 8 hours, you want to work for 4 hours, meaning you can work from 5 to 9 p.m. your time in Nairobi. What I would then advise is, in you doing that work, you need to look for things that are more advisory than working in a team, because it would mean that you can actually be flexible with your hours than actually working with a team that you have to be present. Because if you are doing part-time work in remote work and you are working in a team, like you have team meetings and like you, of course, even for as an advisory kind of this thing, you still do a team, but I feel like you may have committed to part-time, but other people are not part-time. So they would demand your hours beyond your normal 4 hours of work. So the way I typically will consider work for me is, whenever I want to do part-time work, I do short-term contract work. I don't do like, okay, I'm doing 3 hours of work for this particular person a day, because I don't think it works. Like, you would do the work of like someone that is doing 6 hours of work. So I would rather say, okay, let me look for work that is going to pay me, sensible money for 3 months and check out. So I would intentionally go and take a 3 months contract, 6 months contract, 9 months contract, and check out. I feel like, okay, I have enough money to enjoy my life for maybe under 1-2 years or so. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that is how I would approach that kind of how to do work. And, probably after I do that work, as in put all my body inside, check, exit, and just chill for a while. That is how I will approach it. But if you must approach it that you are doing 2 of them at the same time, I would advise that one is a per hour job. Like on LinkedIn, you will see jobs are listed in per hour. It means those kind of jobs, they don't really require, it is not like a sequential job. So it could be like things like data entry that you need to, they'll give you this set of data, you need to clean it up, you need to do that kind of thing. So it's not really like tied to something. So you just say, do it for 4 hours. For 4 hours, you do the work or something like that. Like not work that you'll not be managing a team, or some people is reporting to you. That kind of work will not work. So that is what I would say. So look for per hour work that doesn't require somebody reporting to you in any way or form. Now, greetings, Doc. I hold a BA and MBA degree in business, administration, option, HRM. Which remote assistance is most, HRM. Which remote assistance is most preferred as a backup to my career during the period? During period, I focus mainly on compensation. Okay, so I'm not sure why I'm not able to finish reading this part of this thing. I highly appreciate your shared knowledge and experiences. So I think that is a compensation. So you are basically focusing on compensation, this thing, and you say you've worked in HR, this thing. See, there are people that are looking for virtual assistants in HRM. Do you understand? Since you want to, it is like as a backup, it is not your main hustle. I would say go and look for firms, HR firms that are looking for virtual assistant. I think in the last workshop, I taught people how to do that on Saturday. I taught you how to, basically go to LinkedIn and, search for industry and, do all that permutation and everything as in HR assistants or something, search for things in HR assistantship that is remote, so that way the work is not really demanding, and it's a virtual assistant kind of job. There are 1,000 plus of them that I just found in the US time zone. So look for virtual learning or virtual assistants in the HR space and use it as a backup for your destiny. You can see this one now, $20 per hour, one thing. So those are the kind of things you should look for. part-time virtual assistants. You can say that part-time virtual assistant, pitch, whatever. And same thing goes for the person that already talked about virtual assistants. If you look at what exactly they are asking the person to do, of course, you must have all the required skills. 20 to 24 on this in US only. So this one, I'm really say US only. My advice, I would say, please do not even bother. There are others that you would find that it's not necessarily US only. Do you understand? Or there will be others that they say learning and development, my students insight assistant, learning, whatever. So find all those, find the industry you already have experience in and put it against virtual assistants, and you would find something that suits you. Right. So that was what I would advise you. Now let's go to the next question. Greetings, Doc. I hold a BA in business and okay, no, I think I've read that. As a project manager, how do I position myself better for opportunity and remote job? As a project manager, you just need to know how to use remote work skills. So the question is, have you worked remotely as a project manager before? Or have you this thing? Because as a project manager, if you already have the experience and you have the skills, I would highly recommend two things. You take GOP and you take WFS. GOP, why? You need to position yourself. There's somebody I'd worked with last year. Not even just somebody, quite a number of them that are project managers. So what they just needed to do was to position themselves as project managers that can do the kind of work that the global space is demanding, and they got the opportunities that they are seeking. So as a project manager, what can you do to get remote roles? You must be seen as a project manager that has global, that can deliver kind of global projects. You understand the language. You understand when they are saying this and that, like, oh, let's do this project, let's do this thing, let's across the global north, across the this thing. And those are some of the parlance that sometimes people are like, Africans are like, what exactly are you talking about? Like, as in the global south, the global north, you're saying, hey, what kind of thing is this? It's even insulting in terminologies. So I always say, please use GOP to talk about the results that you can achieve for an organization and how organized and how you can lead such a project first. Then second, you need to actually have the remote work skills. WFS is the only thing I know that can give you that kind of remote work skills. Trust me on that one. At least if it is not that you have worked like properly in the remote workspace in the global space. And I do not say just a remote workspace in Nigeria, remote workspace in the global space. The only place you can learn it would then be WFS. So that's my strong advice to you. If I search project management, no. Like, you will be seeing 50,000. So the job is plenty. The job is plenty for project management, though. As in, let me just cancel this thing. Let me reset. Project management's job is like pure water. Can you see 48,000 on LinkedIn alone? Project management job is like pure water. Do you understand? It's like probably one of the most searched as the most available jobs to do. So it is not for lack of it not being present here, and that is just US alone. If I change it to Nigeria, whatever, you will see plenty of things. So I'm just telling you that project management is this thing. And if I use the search this thing of remote, you will see it. Like even for remote ones, you will see plenty, 3,000 plus in the US time zone alone. So it means that they are there. So the question of what can I do is simply positioning. You have to be seen as a person that they want to give. You can help me as an organization relieve my burden of not having timelines being met, not having stakeholders properly managed, because that is your work, right? So when you say, how do I position myself? Please, GOP. There's no, the question of how do I position myself is a whole program. It is a whole program. It is not, it's like me telling you now that, okay, when you get to LinkedIn, you position yourself, you optimize your LinkedIn. So the next question should be, how do I optimize my LinkedIn? That is a program. That is like a skill you need to learn. I keep telling people, like, whenever you ask, how do I position myself? I could tell you, oh, first, you need to write articles and put it on LinkedIn. You need to write content. You need to be present in groups. You need to have keywords. But if I tell you all those things now, the question is, do you know how to do the things I've just mentioned? Do you understand? That's the difference between information and skills acquisition. So skills acquisition help you build the skill that will help you follow that steps of information. And that is what programs are. Do you understand? Programs are supposed to give you transformation, give you the skills to execute the steps. So which is why when people Google information, how do I show up on Google? How do I position myself? You will find an article, I can even Google it for you. How do you position yourself to be seen? Say, make sure you write great LinkedIn articles. Make sure you have a great LinkedIn profile. You will see all that. That is, in fact, that is Google information. Do you understand what I'm saying? But the information that you would not find is, okay, for me, how do I now build based on my experience and results? What would make for a good article? You don't find that. From my experience or in this field, based on the thing I have, how do I build a profile that can help me get seen? You don't find that because it is a technical writing, it is a skill. So that is the difference. So how to position yourself. If you need the information, I would say, oh, write great articles, publish long articles, make it listicles. I can tell you that for the next 30 minutes, but you will go back and you're still not able to implement it because you don't know how to write it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So GOP is the how to learn, how to then do that positioning. And because, please, I always put a caveat. I don't know if you were in my Saturday workshop, but I always say it. Positioning without building your home, which is your profile, is a disaster. You would be shooting yourself in the foot. I tell you this for free. Don't do it. Don't let someone go and convince you in because they say, oh, doctor said you should write article. I saw one person that's teaching about LinkedIn that told us that we should be doing visibility. That person is going to give me as let me just pay 10K. I now come and start be writing. And the person say, write one content every single day. I have seen people crash their careers on the account of doing that. And I kid you not, you might think it is this thing. When I say crash their own careers, like they do those things. By the time they now come back up, I've seen people do it. There was even one lady one time, she went to do one UK person went to give her, I don't know. She went for 1 year plus, only for me to see her come back. Madam, what are you doing here? She was like, and this is somebody that when she came to our DM, she was saying, it's not just LinkedIn profile. That's how she categorized it. Fast forward 1 year, 3 months later, this person was back. Madam, what are you doing? Say, actually, this one, that one, this one, that, it was just not this thing. I said, but I had mentioned to you that time that you are African. If this thing that this Oyinbo is recommending, it will not work. You said no, that it is this one that because the persons are abroad, they're the owners of LinkedIn. I said, no, wahala now. It's not me that is using the platform. It's not me that have used a platform that has worked for me and I've thought it of other Africans that has worked for them. You are going to listen to somebody that is not how they use LinkedIn. Let me give you an example. A good advice for someone that is not African would be use open to work on your LinkedIn. That is good advice for someone that is not African. It is bad advice for an African professional. It is bad advice. That is, and then I said that it could be if it's just about the feature, like this feature exists on this platform. You cannot tell what is good advice or bad advice until you have experience in it. And if you go to our LinkedIn profile page, as in where we talk about the GOP, let me find it. I want you to go and read something, the iTrain Africa LinkedIn offer, right? I want you to read about Zainab. I always tell people that if it has not happened to me or happened for someone that I know before, I'll probably LinkedIn offer. I'll probably not talk about it. She had 2 years. She was trying to get better opportunities. What did she do? She went to go and she's my sister. Because as at then, I did not have a course. I did not have a course on GOP. I just used to take one-on-one client that could pay me good money. Do you understand? I did not have a course that she kept begging me, Auntie, create a course that is affordable for people like us. I said, no, let me just be offering that my premium service to people that be collecting my good money. Until I then created it as a course or as a program. Why am I saying this? If you go through this page, I want you to read up. She had open to work for 1 year plus on her LinkedIn profile. Nothing, nada. I'll find her on this page. Nothing happened until I said, come, take this thing off first. I don't know if our story is still on this page. I'll probably need to find it somewhere. I said, take this thing off first. When you finish taking it off, then you can now come and optimize this profile. And where is Zainab? How come I'm struggling to find that? Here, come and read this thing. Like she had done CV optimization using apps. She had done that and she had open to work on the thing. I said, take it off first. It is bad advice for you to have that open to work. She took it off. Within 6 weeks, people were reaching out to her. Inbound opportunity. I did not say this thing. As at that time, she had 2 years work experience. Less than 3 years. And she had inbound opportunities after taking out open to work. Those are the kind of things I explained on GOP. Why is it bad to have that thing? I said, think about it. You too think about it. As in, why is it that when a guy sees a girl that has when a guy sees a girl that has a girlfriend, you say, that girl, I'll follow her, I'll make sure that she's mine. He knows she has a girlfriend, but let that girl, they should not know that girl is free. He's trying to do, oh, yeah, see me, oh, come on, me, I'm available. Why would the guy run away? Maybe we should ask the men in this room. Why does that happen? I say, I beg, I don't want this girl. It is just human psychology when they think that they are chasing what is really valuable. Because when you have open to work as an African, it simply means that you don't have value. You don't bring value to the table. That is why you are looking for work. Work should be looking for you. So whenever I see an experienced professional, I say, my brother, there are better ways to say I'm open to work without putting open to work of green on your profile. There are better ways to do it. Those are the kind of strategies identity on GOP that we can say we are open to work without saying that we are open to work. Meaning, I can be looking for work and you will not know I'm looking for work. But when the person that can give me work finds me on LinkedIn, they will know, they will reach out to me. They will reach out to me just by building my profile in such a way that I show value without looking desperate. And that is when you then get the kind of opportunities you see. So there are so many things that you may not even be able to see from somebody's forward-facing profile. But the strategies behind it is what attracts inbound opportunities. So do not go and start positioning by carrying open to work. Do not go and start positioning by writing this thing every day. It crashes people's career because by the time they realize and come back, it is harder to fix a LinkedIn profile that is bad than start a new one from the beginning. I've had clients have 53 connections, attract opportunities, inbound. 53. Like, they are building it from scratch. Than someone that has said, okay, let me just go and do. It's a lie. I will do that this thing. I've seen it happen. There was a client of mine, African based in the UK, influencer on Facebook. She went to go and do follow on LinkedIn. Oh yeah, follow me. She had small time. She has over 10,000 on LinkedIn. Then all the opportunities she used to get started to dwindle. Then she came to me. I said, madam, why? Why did you bring Facebook crowd to your LinkedIn? And she said, she wanted to build it. I said, so you felt accepting friend connection, connection requests on LinkedIn was building it. You are harming your profile if it is people that are not quality connections. Like they are not decision makers. You are harming your own destiny. Do you know how many LinkedIn connections I have? Do you think recently when I speak at events, I can have up to 100 connections in one day, and I'm not even joking about it. But I will say my assistants, clear everything I don't want. Let them follow me. I'm not asking. Look, LinkedIn is deep. That is all I can say. I can stay here and be explaining it. On my program, the program is like an 11 hours program, like 5.5 hours on profile building, 5.5 hours on LinkedIn optimization and positioning. What do you think I'm explaining for 5.5 hours? If it is not that deep. So please, how to position is a whole course. Good evening, Doc. I'm an accountant with multinational experience. Good evening, Doc. I'm a government secondary school teacher with a computer business center. How can I improve myself in line with my business center? I have an MED in education, administration, and planning. Government secondary school teacher with a computer science business center. How do you improve your business? How can I improve myself in line with my business center? So your business center can actually grow if you actually set it up properly. How do I mean? I ran a business from 2010 to 2019, doing it anyhow. I had books. I was writing the book inside Ledger. Do you understand? Then I went to the UK in 2018. Life happened to me between 2018 and 2019. I saw all the nonsense I was doing and started to learn. Then I won this grant, this business something training, the Womenpreneur Pitch a Ton. The first set of it in 2019, I was one of the 50 that was chosen. And that is how I have a mini MBA. And I got into it and I realized all the things I was not doing right. I learned how to do inventories. I learned how to basically do my business right, learned the proper tools to use and everything. And I scaled that business. Before I finally closed that fashion, it was a fashion business. I closed it down because of iTrain Africa, because I had no bandwidth to power the two. And if I had to put both of them on the scale of what I was trying to achieve in the world, purpose-driven stuff, iTrain Africa superseded. So I had to close down like a 10 years plus business on the account of iTrain Africa. But before I did, I scaled that business up to the point that I could live for months and that business will run and I could see my inventory from wherever I am. So here's what I would do for your computer science business. I mean, your computer-based business. The question is, where do you see it? What you cannot envision, you cannot scale. Number two, you then need to, I would advise you strongly. The fastest way I've grown myself is to get into training-based opportunities. Training-based opportunities are opportunities that if I tell people that, oh, we won the MasterCard EdTech Foundation, MasterCard Foundation EdTech Fellowship, 100K USD and everything. The money is good. But the biggest gift of this particular win is the accelerator. And I kid you not. I have advisory from 7 different departments every other week. There's the investments, there's a finance, there's a people team giving us template, how to structure this, how to do that, how to prepare yourself for investors, how to, like the amount of advisory, how to learning science, I feel like that is the gift. And one of the reasons I have grown so much, and which is why I decided to teach global opportunities application or attraction to people, is because I have benefited. My growth has accelerated because I got free training. Like when I say free support by winning global opportunities. So I told myself that if an African learns how to apply or attract global opportunities, which is what I did for EVA in 2021, when she told me she wanted to set up, she wanted to set up something, one business, one thing. I said, the fastest way for you to get a training that is worth $10,000 for free is to get into an incubator or get into an accelerator. And how do you get into an incubator or accelerator? It is by having the skills on how to apply for global opportunities. C'est fini. How did I get into getting all this advisory? It's because I know how to apply for global opportunities. I applied for the MasterCard. I don't know anybody there. I don't even, do you understand what I'm saying? I applied and I won it fair and square. So it means that when I started to think about the skills that can actually help Africans, people sometimes don't understand, why are you teaching about global opportunities? I said, do you know what I suffered before I won my first global opportunity? Nobody is teaching it now. Nobody is teaching how to win global opportunities. Whereas global opportunities goes beyond jobs. I keep saying it. It is scholarships, grants, accelerators, incubators, innovation labs, like business labs. There's so many of them. And that is how I have gotten trained in the last 7 years. When I feel like I need to get to the next level of my life, I go and look for one global accelerator, apply for it and get into it. Then it's like I go through fire and I stretch and I scale. So my advice to you, I would say, unfortunately, I used to have a course on discover the right global opportunities for you. I do have that course, but I decommissioned it from our website. I have it somewhere. And it is not, I don't think I would like to release it. It is very old. The information is not old. I'm just saying like it is oldest thing. But there is an ebook you may want to pick up on our website. I think it's a bonus on people that apply for GOP. I think, yes, it's a bonus for when people apply for GOP. I remember. Now, I would advise that you pick up, oh, wait, oh, no, it's not a bonus on GOP. Like it's an ebook. It's called 10 Types of Global Opportunities You Can Win. Pick it up. It's informational. It just gives you background on the various categories of global opportunities you can win. Read it and then try to learn how to apply for global opportunities in general, especially the business ones. I have a self-study course on our website. It is called Business Grants. I did that course maybe 3 years or 4 years ago. I don't promote it because I can't support it, meaning it is a self-study course, meaning the knowledge is there, you pick it up, you watch it, and you follow it through. If you can learn it and get into business accelerators, you would not be the same. That business will not be the same. That is all I can tell you. So do not pick up, because the name of the course is business grants. So many people pick it up because they want to win a business grant, which is great. But I always say, please try to get into a business grant that comes with accelerators or incubators, like it's like 4 months training, 3 months training kind of stuff. Then use that knowledge to structure and scale your business center. I hope that helps you. So first thing, just pick up that 5K. I think that ebook is 5,000 on our website. How do you get there? Just go to itrainafrica.com, our products. Yeah, that's the URL, itrainafrica.com, OURPRODUCTS, our products. Slide down to the ebook section on that page. You will see one 5K ebook that says it is 10 types of global opportunities you can win. That ebook, just pick it up and yeah, just go through it. It gives you background knowledge of the various kind of global opportunities you can win. Then if you then want to take it a step further, I'll say pick up my business grants course. That is the only course I think I've ever explained how to answer business grants questions, like things that are related to business. Yeah, how to answer it. And I think there's also a section of that course that teaches you how to do your financials for business grant applications. So yeah, they are there. I just don't promote them because, like I keep saying it, you can pick it, but there's no question segment. Like unlike WFS and GOB that will come for 6 weeks and offer support. I don't have question segment on that. So this is the course I was talking about. Yeah. So I have one for business. I have one because, again, I have 9 of 10 categories of opportunities, from the business grants to the scholarships and academics. I've won all of them, so I understand how this works. Yeah, so which is why I have courses created in them for anybody that wants to pick it up. So you can just go here and you can find this. I think this is this particular business one is 107,500. The ebook is 5K. Please, the ebook is an informational ebook. The course is not informational, it's transformational, meaning you will watch the course for like 4 hours. You will learn how to apply for the grant, how to answer questions and everything. Although people have been begging me since I won this MasterCard thing to say, can you come and teach us like a top-up, a recent one, and add it to that business grants course? Someone has even said I should come and teach a community, they will pay me. I've not just had time to do it. So maybe, hopefully, when I have the chance, I can do it. And this is the ebook I was telling you about, 10 types of global opportunities every youth or professional can apply for and win. This ebook, you can pick it up and just use it to understand the various categories of opportunities that you can apply for. It's a 45 minutes read. It's an ebook. But if you want to then do the grants, business grant thing, please go and find that business grants course on this page. I hope it helps you. Please take notes. Whenever you see something is a self-study course, it means that you can pick it, use it, apply it yourself, and do you understand? It means that I do not have the time to support you on it. I'm not running program for it. I'm not running like a cohort of 100 or 200 people for it. I will not support together. And I'm no longer doing one-on-one, what are they calling it, support. Good evening, Doc. I'm a government secondary school teacher with a computer science. Okay, I think I've answered that. Good evening, Doc. I'm an accountant with multinational experience in corporate SA. Completing master's in development finance and would like to transition into international development. I'm keenly. Why am I not seeing this message info? How do I transition from corporate international development organization? How do I position myself? How do I transition from corporate to international development organizations? You need to apply for it, though. Especially in the finance, this thing. When you want to go to international development is all like, let me say, UNESCO, USDP, all those things like that. You have to apply for it, though, but they are open. There are open stuffs in international development. Do you understand? There are open roles, but more often than not, you would find them, international development opportunities are always like on their international development. They are always on their website. Like it is always on the company pages. Let me remove this thing, reset. 8,000, Director of Learning and Development, International Development. They are always like on the websites, or sorry, on the LinkedIn company pages of those pages. So what I do when it comes to international development opportunities, which comes my way a lot on my, which is why I always say, please don't go and pack nonsense. Don't go and use connection to block your own goodness by not being able to see things. Like I will be on my own on my wall right now. I'll be seeing international development opportunities. Why? Because I have carefully curated my circle in such a way that when they have internal openings, I see it on their wall because I'm their connection. So imagine you having 10,000 connection of nonsense. When one person that is even, at least has small backing in your connection post, you will not see it because you would have first seen 10,000 of nonsense. That is what happens. Whenever I tell people that, you just be accepting connection requests. If you send me, I will not accept. You'll be wondering why. No, it is not about being snobbish. LinkedIn is just a very serious platform for me that I use in securing opportunities. So I cannot use it to be doing 10-10 or be playing kites. So it is important for me that I protect my own interests, not use it to do follow for follow. What's my own follow for follow for? We can do that one on Instagram. Do you understand me? So please, international development, these opportunities are plenty. So you now have to figure out where like you have to do this work. Actually type international development and start to sift through like, okay, international developments in finance, international developments in this thing, find opportunities. But one of the fastest we have seen that I see international development opportunities is on the walls of my connection and on the pages. So if I have interests in working at UN Life, for instance, I will follow their company page so I can see their updates, because that is always the first place they post an update when that opportunity is open. If I'm interested in working at UNESCO, I will follow UNESCO page and I will see the opportunity. Do not say, oh, there's one opportunity that is open in Nairobi, there's another opportunity that is open in Mumbai. Those are the ways you see it. Follow the company pages of the organizations you are interested in, especially for international development opportunities. Now, the next question is, and please, when I say follow their pages, most of international organizations or international developments, when they are recruiting, they use your LinkedIn profile solely. So please, just in case you cannot categorically say your LinkedIn profile can do the work of speaking for you, please join GOP. If you cannot say that your LinkedIn profile is going to do the work of letting them even get you in the door, you need GOP, period. Because international organizations, there was a lady I worked with last year, one-on-one. I've forgotten her name. She's Nigerian, but then she had worked across geography. She had worked in Nigeria. She had worked in, what's this East African country? As at the time we were working together, I think she was in Kenya on an international development opportunity. And she was trying to get into UNICEF back in. No, she was trying to get into WHO on the program they were doing in Nigeria. And that is how she came to me. So of course, we had to do LinkedIn this thing. She had a LinkedIn profile, of course, before she came to me, but oh no, that was not a LinkedIn profile with respect to what she wanted to get. So we had to redo that LinkedIn profile. She was like, oh shit, now I understand. In fact, a cover letter was not a cover letter. She had submitted one cover letter before, then she was like, I know why they did not pick me, because that was not a cover letter, right? By the time she came on the PPP framework, which is what I teach on GOP, and understood, they're like, no, now I know why they did not allow me, get into that space. So yeah. You cannot even get into those international distance without having a solid LinkedIn profile. Please trust me on that one. Like your LinkedIn profile has to be screaming that you are actually impact oriented. And those are the kind of things I teach on GOP. So you probably need GOP to get into such space. And if you want to do such work remotely, you then need WFS to back it up. But if it's that you want to get into international development and do on-site work, you may not necessarily, what am I even saying? You cannot do international work without remote work skills, because even if you are doing international work on site, you need to report internationally. Do you understand? You need to report internationally most of the time. So how are you going to manage that? Do you understand? So it means you need both WFS and GOP, but you need GOP first. You need GOP first to do the positioning, then you need WFS to have the skills of reporting and all those things in international space. Good evening, Doc. You are doing a good job. Thanks. I'm a chartered accountant, chartered tax practitioner. I also passed a certified information system auditor in 2012. I have over 30 years of experience. Interesting. 30 years of experience as an... I don't know why this is not letting me see these messages in full. I have over 30 years of experience as an external auditor, tax professional in one of the first 10 audit firms in Nigeria, international control officer in a bank, insurance company. I like to read and train. I resigned in 2023 after 30 years of experience after youth corps. I am 55 years old and I currently completed the training. I currently completed a training in data analysis and using Excel and Power BI. My heart's desire is to design accounting system, internal control system for SME, give tax advisory for SMEs, and help to design systems to ensure compliance and business model that is within the ambit of the law. I keep the book of my church and the financial secretary for my estates with 144 flat, and I also help out facilitating training for staff of one of the state internal revenue. Considering my age and my experience, what additional skill do I need? You need the GOP, madam. You know why I'm just talking? Your experience, I had to go back up and look at your name, because your experience sounds so much like one of my previous clients, who, however, is an ex-presidential experience. He had a PhD in foresight, taxation, and all those things when I worked with him then. Very rich experience. He had done one of the very first books for FIRS in Nigeria, all that stuff. Taxation, and it was 55, which is why I had to go back up and go and look at your experience. And here's the advice I strongly gave him when he came to meet me before we started working together. I told him, your wealth of experience will do well in advisory, because you have the experience. What you don't have is the personal brand to push the experience. And that is what GOP can help you do. We build the personal brand around your wealth of experience and push it out. That's all. That is what you need. Your experience is a lot. There are people, not just one-on-one SMEs. There are organized, what's it called? Bodies who need that experience. And if you package it well, you are going to be sitting on boards. You will be sitting on boards that they will be paying you. You know, the kind of, think about the likes of Ibuka kind of stuff. Yeah, you'll be sitting on boards that they'll be paying you. That is what I would advise you. Your wealth of experience is so strong. You would build such a great personal brand around it that, they'll be calling you for... Please, madam, join GOP. That's all I'm going to say. I had to go back up and go and look at the only difference. This person is an ex-presidential, is a man, and he had all these foresights. It was the first time so when I worked with him, I first heard foresight as in PhD in foresight from one US university. And I'm like, what is foresight? He was not trying to explain to me around systems thinking, yada, 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 and everything. He had so much world of experience in taxation, in finance, in accounting, and in all that stuff then. So, and trust me, it did, like, what we did work for him. So you are not late. Dr. Charles, who is on this, let me find him on this page. Let me find him for you. When he came, he had 32 years of work experience. Let me find, this is him. You see him there? That's Dr. Charles Ayoka. So you can read up his theory. He had 32 years of oil and gas experience. 24 years of that experience was in Shell. Yeah. So, yeah. And he did, you can come and listen to him on, like, there was an interview we did with him on LinkedIn. No, sorry, on Zoom. We recorded it and put it on this thing. You can probably just find it and listen to it on this page. And so you will get perspective. do I need and what job can I take remotely as I do not I think I've answered that. As I do not want to be statutory auditor or representing clients with SIRS and knowing the corrupt nature of tax practices in Nigeria, what skill do I need to thrive? So again, I would say like your advisory on boards will suffice. And it is GOP you need to then do the positioning to tell the kind of story you need to tell for the kind of client you need to tell it to. So one of the first clarity people get on GOP is I always say, I do not tell you what opportunities to look for. I simply ask you what opportunities you imagine you can get. When we know that, then the way we tell your story or your experience story, we attract the kind of clients you want, period. That's it. There is a way I will tell my story that I will attract job seekers. There is a way I will tell my story that will attract people that want to make me be on their boards. There is a way I will tell my story that will attract one-on-one clients. It is the angle I tell that determines the kind of people that come to me. So GOP is what you strongly need, madam. And why I would then say probably take offer one if you are in my workshop is with GOP, there is a bonus workshop that is called Skills and Experience Monetization Masterclass. There is a bonus on the offer page. This masterclass, let me find it on our products. So when you take that offer one, although if you don't even take the offer one, that masterclass is like a 3 hours masterclass. You can pick it up yourself and just go through the masterclass. But you will still have the challenge of not being able to position yourself. So you're back to saying this thing. So that masterclass, see it here, is a bonus. Like these 3 masterclasses, when people take that offer, I mean the GOP offer, that is offer one if you attended my workshop, that is WFS for GOP. They get 2 of these 3 masterclasses. And for you, I would strongly recommend the Skills and Experience Monetization Masterclass combined with the LinkedIn Strategy Masterclass when you join like the GOP plus WFS offer. This particular masterclass, I feel you are going to need it a lot. This particular one to monetize your skills and experience. I covered quite a bit there, how I have monetized my skills and experience. So, okay, I said I was not going to exceed 30 minutes beyond my promised 1 hour. Good evening, Doc. I have PhD in microbiology. Which remote job can I do? PhD does not work. Oh, my brother, my sister. There is nothing. You cannot say I did chemistry or else you want to teach. That's if you say you have a PhD in biology, I'll say, oh, we can, but there is no remote work. I can just tell you that like PhD is not the remote work kind of thing that you say, I have a PhD in chemistry. That is not what I use in doing remote work. I worked as a global program coordinator. It had absolutely nothing. They did not even ask me for my certificate. It has something to do with my soft skills that I had that I could use to do that coordination. So it does not work like that. It is not academic that will help you get remote work. I can tell you that one for free. So, hello, ma. I have a BA in history. Later worked in banking, insurance industry for 8 years plus. I later started an online business, later learned soft skills like VA, customer service, but yet to get a job, although I'm presently doing a volunteer job with a remote company, but I want more being applied for a remote job, but yet to also, I had issues with my LinkedIn account recently. Advised me what to do. You had issue. I cannot do anything for you when it comes to listen. The only thing I can tell you is your LinkedIn account. If you had issues with it, if you have a Nigerian passport, I would say whatever email they send to you, that email they send to you, please go and use that email to email them back and attach your Nigerian passport, fill the form they ask you to fill, and you'll be fine. If it is LinkedIn that restricted your accounts, you have to follow the process. Now, if they are not answering you, go to their Twitter accounts, go and start commenting under their posts about your LinkedIn ban. They will reach out to you in the DM. They will now give you a form to fill. Please fill that form well. And that is why whenever people use nonsense names on their LinkedIn, I strongly advise you, use your government's name on your LinkedIn. Aderinsola Adiadepoju. It is enough. Because if you ever get banned or you have issue with your LinkedIn account, they restrict you, something. If your government's name does not match your passport, you are done. You are done. So if you're in this room right now and your LinkedIn name is not your government's name, please go and change it. Me, I am telling you that one now. Go and change it. Okay, so sort out your LinkedIn account first, because that is the platform you will now use to position for remote job. And another thing, I have seen quite a number of, there's this popular VA course that these people take now on one other platform like that. They will take the VA course. I see them in our inbox all the time. They say, I've done VA course. Say, okay, madam, apply for job for VA. And I say, I'm not fine. I say, how come you are not getting? Because I have people in my academy that have done only 3 weeks and they will use the like there's a self-selling module, or 6 weeks, no, 5 weeks on week 5. There is a self-selling module I teach them on WFS. That's a Workplace Fundamental Skills Program. That module is called self-selling, meaning how to sell the skills that you have learned. Whenever I tell people that my focus in my academy is on employability, not what you have learned. I do not really care what you have learned. Can you sell what you have learned? Why I put that module for module 6 is I said before you can get to that module, I will make sure I have equipped you with the skills you will need to do the work. Because if I don't, and I teach you my self-selling module, I tell you, you will get that opportunity even without having the skill. But I do not want to spoil my own name. Do you understand? So I always try to teach myself, first, let me equip you first in module 1 to 5. So by the time we get to module 6, we can come and start selling what we have as a product. So it is one thing to learn the skills needed by a VA. It is another thing to learn how to sell that skill. Please just go to module 6 of WFS curriculum. You will understand what I am saying. It is all about setting up your basic LinkedIn, your basic cover letter, your basic template, portfolio, how to pitch in somebody's DM on LinkedIn, how to sell, how to answer, introduce yourself in interviews. It is all about selling the skills you then have. Because we need to sell. Why do you think I win all this grant and everything? I can sell what I keep saying it. I will sell ice to an Eskimo. This morning, I was standing in front of my TV and I was practicing my pitch. Why? I have an engagement to pitch us next week. So when you get there, when I pitch and I tell my story, you will stay glued. It is a skill. Applying for grants or pitching, it is a skill. It is not the skill of your work. It is a skill to sell. And everyone needs to learn it. Because either you are selling yourself at an interview, you are selling yourself on LinkedIn to someone in their DM, you are selling yourself to a customer, whatever. Everybody is selling something. And that is why I had to put an entire module on WFS on how to sell. If you're in that community, in the RMW4 community, there was a video, Moina, I don't know where that video is. Moina, where is that video? Maybe send that video to me on WhatsApp. Where a particular person who graduated on Saturday, just the Saturday that passed. Sunday, WFS graduation, Abubakar. And I was telling when somebody was like, oh, they finish WFS, how do they, that they are afraid? I said, have you used my self-selling method that I taught you on Module 6? I said, no, this one. I said, you think it is not enough? I said, I have people that when they get to that module, like Ijeoma, just go to Ijeoma's story. Say, Doc, I just picked what you taught us on how to do portfolio in that module. I used what you taught us on module 3 to do Canva. I put 2 of them together. I said, let me test it if it will work. Before the end of 6 weeks, she had used that thing, how to sell, with her previous experience, packaged it together. She had made over 2 million naira. You can go and listen to her story. And she was paralyzed. She was hospitalized. Go and read Ijeoma's story. That is one of the biggest impact stories I've heard from our alumni. Go and read that story. I had known Ijeoma for like 2-3 years, but I did not know she got into an accident until she came on WFS last year, October. Then when they were now, at the graduation, every time they are graduating, we stream it live on YouTube. The way I would just say, do you have any questions? Do you have any this thing? She used the raise hand button. When she was done talking, I don't think, things don't shock me. Like, I don't get dumbfounded easily. I was stammering because I was just there and saying, I didn't even know what to say to her. Do you understand? Because I was just like, I was a professional. I was doing well. I had money and I got into an accident and I just had a baby of 3 months. I couldn't do anything. I lost all my money to the accident. She was on a PhD program. Job stopped, PhD stopped, everything stopped. He said, Doc, I had been receiving your emails. I'll be looking at it. That should I just do this WFS? It's not fundamental. What am I going to gain from it? Get it. That she was just looking at me until the last day. We started October 1. Ijeoma paid September 30. She said, I just said, let me even pay. What will I even lose? He said, Doc, as I reach module 3, you taught us Canva, I went to do it. You taught us, he said, module 6. He said, let me do what this woman said. Let me see if it will work. As at that graduation, she was said, Doc, I took stock of how much I'd earned from that skill and selling it on LinkedIn. I'd earned 2 million plus from my paralyzed bed. So when I tell people that it is not sometimes in what you know, it is how you apply what you know. So whenever I hear people say VA is one of the cheapest jobs to get on LinkedIn. But people still don't know how to sell the skill of their VA. You know, when I keep telling people I created a curriculum that works, I am not bragging. Because it took me 3 years to keep asking myself, if it works for this person, if this person had to do it like this, will it still work? And that is what I kept doing for 3 years. Let's tweak it like this, will it still work? If this person was old, will it still work? If this person was in this industry, will it still work? And that's why you will see one Ijeoma. Ijeoma is in what? NGO development, this thing. Dr. Charles is in oil and gas. Far apart. Diola is in HSC. That's the other person. Evie is in PR and marketing. Very diverse stuff, but it's the same thing. There are some skills that are fundamental to all of us. That is why we have workplace fundamentals. They are fundamental. It doesn't matter what you want to do with it. So if you have learned a VA course and you cannot say get stuff on your LinkedIn, something is lacking. You don't know how to sell that skill. Please jump on WFS. If the only thing you get from WFS is module 6, it will help you a lot in selling the skill of what you already have. And you might be surprised to then jump on there because there's a reason why people call WFS, that's Workplace Fundamental Skills, Remote Workers Program, iTrain Africa, Workplace Skills, Workplace Fundamental Skills, yeah. Is our alumni that named it Remote Workers Program. That's what they named it. Because it teaches them how to work remotely, which is basically work as in work virtually, which is what virtual assistants basically do, work virtually, right? They are the ones that named it Remote Worker Skill, not us. The name of the program itself is Workplace Fundamental Skill. They named the Remote Worker Skills. That's how that course became Remote Worker Skill. Alumni named it that. You can see, as in just come here. These are people that before they had finished, you say, I got a remote job, built up my CV. Do you understand? Just go to this thing. This person, can you say, I got a virtual executive assistant role. Back than interview. He had not finished the course. These are screenshots from maybe their Telegram community. So if you are not getting it, you are lacking in the selling skills. That's what I think. You may have the technical skill, but you are lacking in the selling skills. And your LinkedIn accounts, tag them on Twitter, please. Tag LinkedIn on Twitter. And if they sent you an email, go and find. And if it is that you have forgotten your password, first go and reset the password. Then you can then follow all the steps of the LinkedIn that I recommended. Good evening, ma'am. I'm an estate surveyor currently working at the federal ministry. Please, what can I do as a side also? I will also boost my career. This kind of questions, I always don't know how to answer it. I don't know how to answer a question about side also. I always teach people about building like a logical career. I don't know how to answer a question about side also because I'm not even sure what your interest is. I only know you want to earn extra income, but I don't know every other thing you can do. Estate surveyor, you cannot do it as a side hustle. That is your main also. So what are your interests? What do you like? What do you dislike? What other experience do you have? I don't know how to advise you with what you give me. Good evening, Doc. I have a BS in business administration and I have stopped working since 2013, but I recently did data analysis. Please, what else can I do to get a remote job or this thing? You need to go and do internship. You need to go and do internship. Whenever people tell me they did data analysis, data entry, whatever, all those things, it is just a course. You take a course. That's all you took. It doesn't count. Like you have knowledge. If you were in my remote work master class, I don't know if you were. If you were in my remote work class, I said Eligibility has to do with what employers want, not what you want. Let's be clear. The giver of the opportunity is the person who dictates what they want, and you must meet it. And there are 5 things that makes up competency for global employer: knowledge, soft skill, hard skill, what is that thing? Experience, and what's it called? Attitude. So all those 5 things must check. So you have just checked one, knowledge. That's 20% over 100. What are we going to do with the remaining 80? So you need to have, as in what people call soft skill, I call it workplace fundamental skills. You need to have the art skill. How do you build the art skill and get the experience? By going to do internship. How do you build the workplace fundamental skills? By jumping on the WFS program. By the time you have 80 out of 100, then you can start talking. Do you understand? We can start talking. Learn about GOP here. Okay, somebody has dropped that. Hello, I have a BA in history. Later worked in banking, insurance industry for about 8 years. And later, I think this will be the last question I'll take for the night. And the person that has their hand raised, Abiodun. I started an online business, later learned some skills like VAs, customer service, social media management, but yet to get a job remote. Although I presently doing a volunteer job with a remote company, but I want more being applying for job, but yet to also have issues with my LinkedIn. Okay, I think I've taken that. I must say this is very insightful. Thanks for sharing great insight. Can you enlist what I need for personal branding from my project management perspective? Can I list what you need for personal branding? That is basically like a course. That is a GOP course. It's not a list. Like what you need is a total, you need to build your, you need to extract your experience and tell a story around it, which is what we call profile building. But the second thing you would need is then optimizing the LinkedIn profile in such a way that it aligns with the opportunities you are seeking. Do you understand? That is then building your personal brand. Then you then need to then start to tell your work experiences and stories to position, to attract people for that thing. That is what you call building your personal brand. And that is what GOP covers. So it is not like a list. It is a skill you need to acquire. It is not like, people always think, whenever I hear branding, people think branding is about choosing color, logo. That is not personal branding. Personal branding is the totality of you presented in the most valuable way. It is a perception of who you are in your full glory. What is your full glory? All the capacity and competency you bring to the table. That is what branding is. When you think about me, when you see me, what do you think about? Global opportunities expert. It is a combination of things. It has absolutely nothing to do with logo or anything, or whether I'm black or white. It is how I have curated my story and built my online presence to give that perception. That is what is called personal branding. It is a whole program. How much is GOP? 268,750. That is what GOP is alone. But as an offer that ends, I think, is it tomorrow or Sunday? I'm not certain anymore. It has a combination of GOP, WFS. Then you get mentorship club as a bonus and 2 other master classes as bonus. What is a mentorship club? Like I said, I stopped offering one-on-one because of my time, this thing. So I felt like, how else can I still get mentorship to people without me suffocating myself? So I built something that's called like a mentorship, 3-month mentorship club, that anybody that takes our offers as programs, we put them in that club and we do challenges. They started that on Monday. Or rather, they started their challenge on Monday. Activity is going to be a 60-day challenge, and they set goals at the beginning. So currently, we are pairing Buddy partners. We are giving them activities to do. It's going to be such an interesting community to be in. So the only way people get into that community, the community is worth 500,000, but the only way you can get into it is if you take one of those offers, whether it is a globally sought after offer. And if you're on this space and you're even wondering what exactly I'm even talking about in offers, you can just go to homepage of iTrain Africa and click on offers. Yeah. At the top of our website, you will see offers. So just go there, check out the offers we currently have. Yeah. Go to the offer page, check out the offers. You will see what I'm talking about. When it expires, let me see. When does it expire? August 16, that's tomorrow. And yeah, there's a 2-time payment option for the offer. Just please read through it. It will take only 2 minutes. Read through this offer page. itrainafrica.com/offers. Read through this offer page, itrainafrica.com/offers. Type it into your browser. Read through it. you'll see what I'm talking about there. And if you need more explanation, just come into the DM of Moina, +234 805 345 3099. If you're on Instagram, the WhatsApp is at the top of it's on one of the links at the top of our listing. But if you have to type it out, it is 0805 345 3099. But of course, even if you need to chat, you can also go to the bottom of that page that is on top of the listing. You see a WhatsApp button. You can chat up from that space. Like I said, where's that person that was raising their hand shortly? Abiodun Adeleke, you'll be the last person for tonight. Please ask your question and we'll round it off.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I'm grateful. Thank you for the session so far. All right. I initially sent a message and I discovered that it was not read. Even when you mentioned my name, that a message was sent by Abiodun, you actually read someone's message. So my question is, please, I hold UK QTS, though I'm still here in Nigeria. I have over 18 years experience teaching mathematics, and I also hold Masters in Education, then Bachelor's degree and NC. Though currently I'm doing PhD in Mathematics Education. So now I have sent over 50 applications since I got my QTS to the UK. I only got 3 responses with rejection, in summary. That's how I want to put it. So please, I want to ask if your academy or if you have any agency that can help Nigerian-based teachers with my certifications and experience to get job directly from Nigeria to UK. I mean, teaching job. Thank you.
The UK, I don't run an agency. I don't have an agency. And I feel like this is going to be a long answer. I have tried not to advise anybody that comes to me to do UK runs. I think that is how I'm going to put it, to do UK runs. How do I mean by UK runs? UK is a harder route than the US. People may not know it, but it is. I have quite a number of success stories around the US. People actually leaving to the US based on teaching or PhD or whatever. I have quite a number. Some people's names I cannot disclose. But in my experience, US is a faster route and a route that actually has better prospects to family relocation than the UK. So whenever people ask me around teaching in the UK, I have reservations or anything. If it is not the medical field, like medicine in the UK, it is such an uphill task. But you're specifically asking me for advice around the UK. Because it is mathematics, it is in the STEM field. UK is short on STEM teachers. Teachers, not even lecturers, STEM teachers. So there is always that opening, like for STEM teachers. But what I have noticed is, even if they are short on STEM teachers, if they don't release a program, that is how I can put it, like a program where they specifically, just like the US-Canadian migration, they not say, okay, we have shortage in these job codes. If they don't release such a, we have shortage in these job codes kind of thing in the UK, it is hard. That is what I'm going to tell you. It is hard. But if they have said, oh, there is a new release from the UK, this and I said they have job. Now, if you are skilled in this thing, go and apply. It's easier. But trying to apply directly to employers in the UK is a harder route. But in the US, it works. So that is the advice I can give you. But in me having an agency, I don't have an agency. But do you stand a chance with your mathematics in the UK? Yes. Why? It is a STEM field, that's a science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. It's a STEM field, and the UK has shortage of people in that regard. But you then need to go and find out if they currently are running. I have seen them run in the past, but because I am not interested in it, I don't know what is currently happening in that space. So I cannot give you, if you had asked me something about US, I said, okay, because why? I have people calling, like I have people have advised even like a couple of days ago around US. I have people that have advised months ago that they are now on their way to US. And so I keep track of maybe because it comes to me, but UK don't understand. Like they have to release their own program for you to get into that space. That's just what I'm going to say. Gideon, please go ahead.
All right. Good evening, ma'am. Thank you so much for this. I'll just take it quickly because it's an opportunity. I see myself taking GOP and WFS courses based on the descriptions I've read so far and what you've been highlighting. Actually, I'm an engineer with data science capabilities in manufacturing for over 17 years. Currently, I'm also having taken internship part-time for these DS courses, for this data science capability. I'm on internship. So my question is that, like I'm also running, I have an online master's that I'm doing. I want to know how flexible these courses will be. And you also mentioned this, what you just mentioned about UK. My aim actually is also looking out for, aside other things, UK Global Talent or in between US. I want to know how I could go about it, or what you advise.
So here's the first thing about all this global talent stuff. First, you have to be doing the kind of work that is seen that you are doing it. So first of all, GOP is a very great place that you need to actually showcase that. Number two, you need to be receiving award. How do I mean? You need to be participating and contributing to, what are they calling it? Humanity. That's how I call it, contributing to, you need to be seen as contributing to humanity. Meaning you must have been awarded one thing in Kineko in the field of what you are playing in. You must have done one program here and there to, that is being showcased. They are quite enough. Those are the fastest things that you can use to build your profile. Again, I have had clients who have gone these routes and they are now there on that regard. So I know this well. So you need to first curate your impact story well for like 6 months and above on LinkedIn before you even go that route. I have had cause to field references for some people that have participated in my we run a program at iTrain Africa. It's iTrain Africa Foundation. So iTrain Africa has a foundation. At that foundation, we run this global mentorship conference every other year, where it is like a global conference, and we bring speakers from 25 plus nations, 40 plus speakers who just help people with clarity and mentorship in different career paths and things like that. It's like a free program. It's such a huge program. It's a cost a lot and support. So some of my alumni I've gotten to volunteer during the course of those mentorship because it's a totally free program. Even the speakers they volunteer their time to speak at those events and everything like that. Mrs. Ibukwa has been part of our keynote speakers, Mrs. Toyin F. Sonny and all that. So they just done it free for me. So how do I mean? So people have volunteered on such programs. Some people have spoken on such programs. So there are some clients that I have that they have spoken at such programs, and those are the kind of things they have presented for their EB1 visa or Global Talent visa. So I always say, please, if you know you want to do all those EB1 Global Talent and everything, whether UK or US, you need to curate your story on LinkedIn. So there are some of my clients that come on this journey. I say, my sister, your own goal is 1 year. And they'll say, why? I'll say, because you don't have anything prior to now. You only have your experience. And in the global space, you need to be seen as doing impacts. In fact, when I apply for any global opportunity, they will ask you, have you volunteered before? If you have not, why have you not? See, there are so many things I know that I talk about my program that I'm always telling people that what you don't see is more than what you see. So what you see is me winning. You don't know the background work I first did. Fun fact, I had seen MasterCard Foundation EdTech Fellowship 2 years ago when they did the first batch. I looked at the requirement, I said, it's not now. I said it's not now. Why? Because I am experiencing these applications. I know the kind of way. Why? How do I know? I have been an assessor for global opportunities, like the Unleash Global Innovation Lab, that they select 1,000 talents every year from this. I've been an ambassador. And with being an ambassador, you need to access applications for the following year and things like that. So I know the criteria. You know, when you have seen criteria, you will know when you want to apply, you say, I know this one, I don't meet it. You know, I don't even bother. I will now go and build towards that thing. So when I apply, I get it. So all you see is I applied, I win, but you did not see the work I did for 1 year in building my profile to look like it. So I would advise you strongly, if you've not been speaking and you've not been recognized for the speaking, you've not been doing all this community work, all this volunteer work, and you have not been putting it online, this will be the time to start. And of course, it is not just about doing the work. I would say join the GOP, because part of what identity on the GOP is, as we now start to do the work that will help us get that thing, we need to tell the right stories around it. So GOP would have taught you how. So when you start doing the work, you're not just doing it to waste. Someone recently contacted me and I was really, really pained. You know why I was really, really pained? This is someone who has access to me. She had volunteered for me and she had gone ahead to go and do one US visa application that went south. And I was pained because I feel like if she had probably asked me, I would have said, don't do it first. Do it like let's do this one. Let's do this online thing before you go that way. Now that it has gone south, she's asking my advice and I'm like, it is hard. It is harder because US, they use your online to judge you. Like plain and simple. There's no other way around it. They use your online presence to judge you. It is not all the things you are submitting to them. It is what you look like online that they used to judge you. So how do we now do this one? Because right now, anything you do, they will scrutinize it because the first thing they saw was not okay. So go and build your LinkedIn. That is one of the fastest places. Number 2, if you know you have such a terrible online track record, go and Google yourself. Google yourself. Check to this 10th page of Google. Go and clean your record. Go and clean your online record. That is free advice I'll give to you. Clean your online record because they will set you up to the 10th page of Google. And you have to then do the work. But GOP is definitely where you need to be. And of course, the BFS combined with it. So offer 1 is definitely for you. So yeah, this has been such, now I have done 2 hours. I really need to go. So I think, no, I can't keep taking questions. This dog. As a French teacher, how can I find good teaching opportunities on LinkedIn? I just search. I don't know when you joined user. I search, should I follow that may need, which international company should I follow that will need my services? You don't need to follow it, just search. I don't know when you joined this particular session, but use the same thing I did to search. I did search in front of you. Simply do the same thing. I searched for one opportunity like that. I was a project manager. Use the same thing I use in searching. Search the same thing, just French teacher. Like you don't have to follow company. I was talking about international developments for you to follow companies. But if it is not that, I'm talking about if it is just like French teacher and everything, do the same search. I talked about this in my last workshop, the 5K workshop we did over the distance. Just use a search, you would find these opportunities and you start to go through it. It's that basic. Like, it's that basic. Start to go through it, but it is not in finding it. Because whenever I tell people that, when people tell me that, how do I find? I said, just click on job search this thing on top of your LinkedIn and put what you are searching for there and put the state and voila, you find. It is not in finding it. It is building your LinkedIn to match the job. Do you understand? Which is the things I teach on the programs. Like, do you know how to get it? Finding it is like, I just taught you in 10 seconds. Click on job, click on the thing you are searching for, and voila, you'll be seeing 1,000 plus job. It is not in finding. The work is in getting. How do you get? By having what they need. That thing that they need, how to have it and be that person is what the programs now help you achieve. Do you understand? So thank you so much, everybody, for being a part of this. Yeah. Unfortunately, if I keep answering and answering, we won't leave this place. Adebukola iPhone. I really want to. It's 10:30, and yeah.
Thank you so much. So I'd asked my question earlier, actually. I think you jumped past it and then you moved to others. I mean, I think you've already answered my question, so it's not in finding, because what I had asked was just describe my experience and asked how to go about securing a remote fulfilling paying job, right? Which is, part of the program that you spoke about, to be able to have flexibility with my time and also get rewarded for the work I'm actually doing. So I guess it's to go on GOP, right? But I mean, sorry.
I said, like, I think you're right, because it's not in finding. If it is in finding, there are plenty, there are
Yeah,
millions on Indeed. It's not in the finding.
is
It's
in
not
the
meeting it because
positioning.
it's not meet your profile. Exactly. It's a positioning. It's not in finding. Like, even in our free, like, I have free, like, what I just did now is free, right? So
Mm.
you would finding it is the easiest thing. It is, do you even know when you don't match it? Let's even start from there. People don't even know what, like, people can find a job and they don't even understand when they match that job or not. So they start to invest energy in the jobs that they don't match. I say, don't stop fetching water into a basket. There are some things you need to first search on, like, okay, do I match, right? You need to even understand when you match a job before you then apply for it. So it's not in the how to find, it is in how to meet the criteria that is needed. So yeah, thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to be allowing everybody to be able to unmute themselves. If I did not, probably I try to take at least 90% of the questions in this thing. If I jumped, I don't know if I would. I have a program tomorrow, Career Path Navigator for teenagers, like this program for teenagers. So I'm not sure I can commit to doing tomorrow at all in any answering of questions. So I would just say that there are some questions that Moina may be able to answer. I'll drop it in the community. If she can't answer and I find the strength somewhere to maybe do a short video before I start my program tomorrow, I will do and drop it in the community. But if not, I think I've spent the last 1 week answering questions for so many people. And I feel like your questions, even if I did not answer it directly to you, there will be someone's question I've answered that may have covered what you need. My advice is, whether it is WFS you need, it is GOP you need, or you need to transition into project management, product management, or content creation, do it and learn, because can you achieve the same thing without learning? Maybe, but you will have to learn one way or the other. It is that you learn through spending your time on trial and error, or you learn through other people's experience, which is packaged as courses. But whichever way you need to learn it, I don't believe in luck. I believe in hard work and I believe in grace. That is how I believe, because I feel like many people spend their time in wishful thinking than doing the work that gets them there. And this is me saying it as someone that I have had I have global exposure. And I tell you for free that it's not luck. When people say that person is lucky, I say it's not luck. Opportunity met preparedness. So how do you prepare? If you don't prepare for such opportunities, when they come, you can't fit it. So even if you may not be very certain about when that opportunity will come, but let it meet you prepared. You cannot be seeking opportunities and you don't know how to do basic Zoom meetings. You don't know how to, do basic cross-border collaboration, and you are seeking for global opportunities. It won't work, because whenever you hear global, it means opportunities are not limited by borders. And for you to be able to do work that is not limited by borders, you need to have the cross-border skills that will help you work with that person. So you not preparing for it means that it is everything you are thinking about is wishful thinking. And there's a difference between wishful thinking and actually taking steps towards your goal. I do not believe in trying to do work without, is like I don't believe in it. I really do not believe in it. Do the work, then ask your higher being, God or whatever that you pray to then bless the work of your hands. That is a logical plan. right? That is a logical plan. Every other thing is wishes, and wishes do not, there is no logical plan to wishes, okay? So please take a step. Some of you might join this batch of this thing. Some people might join in the future. Whatever it is, just make sure you have a plan towards how you are going to be ready for the opportunities when they come your way. Thank you so much, everyone. And have a great, great, great weekend. You can now unmute yourself and say good night. Good night, and have an amazing, amazing weekend. Bye, everyone.
Good night. Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you, ma'am.
Good night.
Good night,
Thank you so much.
doctor. Thanks for your time. Good night, doctor. Good night, everyone.
It was, thank you. Good night.
Thank you, doctor. Good night.
Good evening.